Okay, maybe I'm back. I have no idea what caused the issue that time. I think the cameras were working. It might have been my laptop. Things are at least moving again. So, I restarted everything and I'm gonna just hope it continues to work. I definitely need, if I'm going to keep doing this full time as well as making plushies full time, I'm going to need a better computer for that just because my little guy is just dying. My laptop was not made for streaming, it was made for carrying around and looking cool at the NFL while playing football. That's how they advertised my laptop. Like everything was, look how cool these football players are while the coach is carrying around this laptop. It's super waterproof, but only the ones that we sold to the NFL, not the ones that we're selling to you. So don't walk around in the rain in it with it. But at least I've got everything traced. So technology issues notwithstanding, today's going fairly well. Getting these guys made fairly quick. Oops, missed a little bit there. The yellow is almost invisible even on the fabric, so I don't think you can see any of this on the stream. Well, thank you. I have no idea what caused the issues. It's just me and technology. Me and technology, just not friends. We do not get along. Go. I'm not being super precise with all of these lines as I cut them, just because this is going to be a base style. No one is ever going to get this style. It's not being sent out to someone, so if it's a little bit ratty inside, I'm not going to feel bad about it. Or if there's little bits on the paws that just come apart, that'll be fine. I will also be taking this apart frequently to get the pieces for embroidery files off of it. So if I don't sew it perfectly, it's fine. It only needs to last like one project before it's taken apart. But it is helpful, I find, to have these styles, especially when I'm doing something super complex, like this Autumn is the character's name. So if I'm doing something complex like Autumn the dog here, it really does help for me to have the 3D shape to draw on, just so that I can figure out exactly where all of those markings are going to go. Rather than eyeballing it onto the flat pattern, and then when it turns into the 3D, it doesn't quite look right. Okay, so those are all my pattern pieces cut out. I do still need to put the dart markings on them, and everything needs its little center lines drawn in. So I'll bring back my pattern pieces for that. Oops, I need to cut out that too, but that's going to be with scissors, not with the pizza wheel, the rotary cutter there. So where's my other face? This one's done. It's got its proper markings. This one's done. It's got its proper markings. That one just needs a center line and a dart. That one needs a whole bunch. So that one's done. This one's done. Okay. Let's see. My chin, my muzzle, my body, the nose and the chest. Okay, so the nose just needs a couple of little markings. That would be my orange marker, wherever my orange marker went. Excuse me, where are you? Okay, there we go. So that one there, and that one more or less, less, more, less than more. So there we go, the little markings there. Oh, I didn't put any markings on the chest itself. Pencil. That's okay because it's right there, and then right there. Okay. So the chest bit goes right there, and right there. Okay, so that's my chest bit. The little paws. Let's see, grab those. That one needs a dart. I should actually probably be doing these markings in permanent marker because when I take it apart, these markings are going to wash away. Oops. Okay, I'll transfer them over to permanent marker as soon as I get this one done. There we go. So that one's done. Grab a permanent marker for these. Not my orange marker. These guys. Those are all marked up. That should be done. The nose gusset should be done. These all have much more complicated gussets. Oh, this one does not have anything. So the belly is done as well. The belly I will have to mark up after I sew it all together. But the chin, the butt, and the muzzle definitely have those little markings. I need my fabric mat though, because I don't want to cut out the pattern where these gussets are. I want to leave this as one solid piece for as long as I can, just keep it a little bit stronger. So what I'm going to do is just punch a couple of holes where those gusset bits go. So at the point of each one, I'm going to make a little hole. And then at the top corner of each of them as well. So now I just have a series of holes in there. And then I bring it over to here. And we're going to see if my Sharpie can reach through those holes. Yes, there we go. So now I know where those darts go on there. You stabbed yourself a lot? Yeah. Okay. So I got the little holes there, and oh, I have to put the top line on that one as well. There we go. Doop, doop, doop. Whoop. Okay, so there's my dart and the dot at the center top. Chin is done, muzzle is done. The butt. I do need to stab this one, or like flip it over and do both sides. So I need to stab backwards through this one as well, which doesn't work as well just because the paper that I stabbed through has gone to the back of it. There we go. Whoop. It went through, they're just a lot smaller. Okay. There we go. There's all of my darts. That should be everything for the darts there. Now I should be able to start pinning and sewing bits together. Oh, ooh, actually, before I do that, I do want to do a couple of holes on here. And that is just right where the neck attaches to the body there. So where's my bits? There we go. Because I do want to make sure that I line up the neck properly. And it should be easy enough to see, but I just want to have those dots just in case. There we go. Okay. So just the little dots right there. That is where that neck piece will attach from one dot to the other. Okay. Now I get my pins. And I don't actually need any of my large pins for this, I don't think. So I'm going to just move them out of the way so that I don't grab the wrong one. I can bring my blue pins back. There we go. Your boyfriend is so weird. What do you do? It goes this way. I do want to put the little dots right here and right here. Okay. So this is how my face is going to go together. Just like that. This chest goes onto the body. The feet circles are going to be at the very last, after everything else is sewn together. Those I just need the darts in. This I just need the dart in for now. This is a bunch of darts that I can put in together. I'm going to connect the back of the head together first. You said that you make your own pattern and he heard it as something else? I don't know what I would mishear that as. Although that would probably be fairly normal to hear me say. Like, oh, I'm making my own pattern. Yeah, that's just normally what I do every day, so you should expect to hear that from me. Okay. Sewing that edge together. I can also sew one of these sides together. I'm not going to pin both of them together at the same time. That's just asking for stabs. think I'm going to put 2 in here. 1 there and 1 there. Okay. So I'll sew that and then come back and stitch onto the other one there. For this one, I think I'm actually going to do some small clips in here, just because I do want it to lay straight. Okay, so I made some tiny little snips. That allows me to like straighten up that curve. Because I'm attaching a convex and a concave curve together, I need a little bit more ease just to go around those shapes. Center point, which I probably should have marked on the body as well, but I did not. Oops. One more there. Okay, so I've got that one there, this one here, that one there. I can do the darts on these ones. I actually can probably fold them and pin them as well. Ow! One stab. Yeah, okay, so that's lined up right there. And the butt. That one. Okay. And then this one's butt. Okay, I've got a whole bunch of bits to sew together. Do I want to do this one? This is going to be the most complex part. Maybe I'll at least sew these 2 darts together. Roll. Yeah, I'll do the 2 side darts. I will probably need a piece of stabilizer for these darts. Just to keep them, because they're right up on the edge of the fabric there. They're very small. Okay. But I'm not going to do this M-shaped dart, the 2 of them there. I'm not going to do those ones quite yet. Okay. little bit of stabilizer I can use for the darts. And why is my camera not working? Come on, sir. Come on. Oh. There you go. Very good. Very proud of you. Okay, I'm gonna bring my little pile of bits over. There's still some pieces that I haven't done anything with. They're just gonna stay behind. Oh, yep, stab counter, thank you. Okay. And then right now I have white thread in. I don't want to do white on white because I want to be able to pull these stitches out later on. So I'm going to pull out some, let's see, pink thread, I guess. That's the one closest to me right now. So we're going to do some pink thread just so it really stands out against the fabric. Darts first. Dart number one. Let me get my pin cushion. Ooh. So I can take that little guy out. And I won't stab myself with the second one. Is that right? That does not look right. Okay. No, that was not right in the slightest. Okay. So those are the two darts there. I'm not going to sew up that middle dart quite yet. I want to get that a little bit better snipped and taken care of first. That's going to be a very complicated one. Luckily on this dog, because of the way its nose is going to work, that dart is going to be covered over with a thread nose, so you won't really see any mistakes I make in it. Sewing pink ice cream scoop. This go both ways. Hopefully it's good. Oh, fingers crossed for you. Fingers crossed. It's going to turn out perfect. Okay, there's my chin. Let's see. I have the body darts, but they are buried underneath the rest of this fabric, so I'm going to just go on to the next piece. Base to the gusset, that worked well. Ooh, I hope I did that pattern right. Well, we're going to see how well that works out. I might have mispatterned that a little bit. I'm not certain I took into account the length of the gusset here when I was figuring out how big this hole needed to be for the muzzle. So this might be a little off, as in like the muzzle doesn't stretch the full length and there's a hole here in the side. But I guess I will figure that out after I get the muzzle. I won't sew the back of the head onto this piece until I figure out if the muzzle's actually gonna fit. So we'll figure that out. It'll be fun. This is why we do the tests. I believe that's the last dart, so that can go away. And then I'm going to just sew from that dot. There's the neck onto the body there. Good. Okay, gotta take all the pieces back over now. The body is good. The sides are good, so I can actually attach the sides on here. Oh, I didn't mark how far up they're supposed to go. It should be right to the dart, but I didn't actually draw that on. So let me lay this out and make sure. Yeah. Okay, that's still looking good. So I sew basically the leg up to the dart, and then the rest of this, the rest of this curve, that gets sewn onto the other body piece, not the rest of the body here. Okay, the back of the head is good, and I'm going to leave that one alone because I'm not actually sure if the muzzle is going to work for that. The other side of the head, though, let's see. So the bottom part of the face connects right there, and that's going to go to here. Actually, let me try this on the paper pattern pieces. We're going to see how all this works. I need my chin, my muzzle, my nose gusset, and my face. Okay, so the face and the nose gusset are what makes the circle that the muzzle attaches to. The chin goes from here to here. Okay, so I did mark down the chin ends right there. For the muzzle, it begins right here. And then we rotate around to here. That's where the dart goes. And then the dart continues. Oh, wait, no. That goes around the chin. Okay, nope. No darts. No darts on that one. This side of the line goes on the chin. This is the face. Okay, so the face line, that's what I'm looking for. And I only need to go to the halfway point around to there. So it goes to there, we rotate to here, rotate more. Whoops. Yep, so that face and muzzle is not really going to work right there. Oh no. Whoops. Okay, so this face is, that curve is not good. I'm going to have to change that. Let me get a drink first. Thank you. And then grab a small scrap of paper because I'm going to fix this. Let's see. Okay, so when I was tracing out the patterns, trying to figure out how deep this circle needed to be, I did not take into account that it basically continues onto the gusset. So the length of this line needs to equal the length from where the chin attaches. The chin attaches right here. So this curve from here around, that J shape, needs to be the same size as this line here along the top. I didn't do that properly. So it's not a very good curve there. So I don't want to change anything about nose gusset, which means that comes to about here. And on the other side, same thing there. So this will be the gusset where it attaches. Oh, no, well, it'd be in the middle. But anyways. Let me switch that over. Because it'd be from the middle to here. And from the middle to here. Okay. So that's not face there. Face goes to the side. This is gusset. So the only part of this that I need is from here to here needs to go from this point to here. Which is much shorter than what I had going on here. So let me try something more like... Something more in that range. So let's see here. Whoop. So the gusset ends and I go onto this line. It's still a little bit short, or a little bit too long, so I have to take it down just a bit more. Let me try that, and I am going to add that 1/2 inch seam allowance back around, so I need my ruler that has a 1/2 inch built in. Or 1/4 inch, not 1/2 inch. 1/4 inch seam allowance. Okay, so that's going to be my new shape. So face part 2. And then I can tape down the back of that. And then I'll have to cut out 2 new pieces there because the pieces that I have, I can't add more fabric to them. So let me pull this one because my face gusset is still good. I want that. I just don't want the piece that it's now attached to because that's going to have a hole in it. See my pink thread? So hey, it works just as intended. Not that I want to be tearing it apart this early in the project, but it works. Okay, so there's my face gusset. That's the right shape. These 2 are not, so I'm going to move them out of the way. Bring my tools down out of the way. And then I'm going to cut out the new smaller hole for the face shape there from 2 more bits of fabric. As soon as I finish, I think I'm gonna finish sewing these, and then I'll go back and cut those and do the front of the face. Because the body should be all good. But if I do have a mistake and I need to cut something more out with other pattern pieces, I want to do that all at once. So I'm not going to cut out the face shape until after I've sewn everything else and I see if I have an issue or not. So for now, the face bits are done there. The nose gusset is going to need some work next. And I'm actually going to cut in a little tiny Y shape into these ones. That should give that fabric some wiggle room so that I can then sew those gussets, those darts together without it running into itself. Like, I don't want to try to be folding the fabric weird, so now it's out of the way. I can just pull that bit out of the way there. Okay, so pinning that together, I'm just going to do one side for now. Let's see, go through. Yes, okay, they are lined up properly. Okay, so I'll do that one. And I can pin this body bit together. This is a mostly straight line on, like, very simple straight line there with nothing else going on. So I think I'm going to use like maybe 4 pins on this, and that's it. 1 right at the edge. 2 where this curves, this very slight curve comes in. And then 1 right at the dart, just to keep it in place as well. There we go. In between here, I want 1 right there. I don't need any other pins on that straight area, so I'm going to go right up to the armpit, and that's where I'm going to pin next. And then back to the leg pit. I don't know. The other leg area. Here we go there. I am going to put a couple around this curve. And then this curve as well. And then right here. That curve's behaving pretty well, so I probably will just do those ones there. Then I need a pin up to the point of the neck. And I'm going to put 1 more in there because it does not want to stay straight. And then, so I put 1 pin below this dot. I'm going to put 1 right above it as well, just because that's going to be a very sharp corner that I have to go around. Let me even move you over just a tiny bit. So essentially I'm going to sew up to this dot, and then I'm going to stop there, flip this seam over, and go from like the dots on the other side up to the tip of the neck there. That is a very bent pin. Good lord. I must have hit that one with the sewing machine. Okay, so that's 1 side attached to the belly. 1 part of the dart. I can't do anything with the feet until the belly is attached to the side. I'm going to go stitch those bits. And I'll come back and pin some more. I'm taking my pin cushion with me. Little dart here. I want to start directly on that the center point of the M there. I don't want to have anything farther back. So let me line that up properly. Teeny tiniest little dart. Woo! Okay, and I can actually pin and stitch this one, I think, right now as well. If I get through the hole, or the little dot there, to the other side, right there. Yes, you're good, you're lined up. Put one more pin in here just to keep the edge. Okay, and I'm going to go from that center dot again. Actually rotate just so I have a little bit more fabric, or the paper, the stabilizer underneath. Oh, what'd you do? Didn't like that. Okay, let's try that again. Did not like sewing right there. Okay. What part of that did you object to? Check that. Okay. No more anger, please. Okay. I don't know what part he objected to last time, but he did not want to stitch that. Took the thread right out of his needle rather than sew there. Okay, so I have that little Y shape. That's where the nose is going to be. And now I should be able to line up these lines properly. Yes. I'm going to pin them down in place. And because I really want to make sure this is nice and straight, I'm also going to put some stabilizer underneath this entire line, just to give it that extra flat straightness there. Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay, so that's my muzzle there. Ah. Okay, so I can toss that back over on the table. Whoop. Well, almost toss it on the table. It barely made it, but it's there. It's there. That counts. And now I can just sew up the bottom. I'm doing this in a couple of stages just because I really want to make sure that it goes straight to that point. I want the right shape on this guy. Here. Okay. Ah, do not stab things. Terrible. One last line. Oh, don't chew up the edge. You didn't like that edge? Fine. We're gonna go down from the top then. Okay, there we go. Woo! There's the body there. Now, normally I'd be clipping into these corners right up to the stitches, but because I'm going to be using this one and sewing it multiple times, I'm going to need to sew that fabric again. So I'm only going about halfway in on those snips. That should still allow me to flip it and get a nice look, but it'll be a little bit wrinkly in those corners. but it'll be much easier for sewing later on, and that's what I care about more right now. And I'm going to go right up to that same point. That's where this dart is going to be ending. There we go. One here, right on that curve. Borrow that one and move it up. Now those actually lined up straight, so I do want to line this one up straight and figure out what's going on up at the butt. Ah, there's going to be a little bit of a gap there. That's okay, that's where the tail attaches. Okay, so that side is all pinned up. This side needs to be pinned. Go. And then same with this side, I'll pin right up to where that point is on the neck. That one's pretty much a straight line, so it's not going to need an extra pin in between. It just needs one at the top and the bottom there. The curve of the foot will need a couple of pins. There we go. That one's just a straight line, so it shouldn't need extra pins. Just one at the top at the the armpit and then one at the bottom. Same here, one at the top and one or one at the armpit area of the back leg. The leg pit. And then going around this shape, the curve will need a couple more. There we go. Okay, that side's all pinned up together. For the muzzle, I'm going to put the chin on. And this one's going to get a lot of pins. Your scoop's going as well as it can. Okay. Is it not the shape that it was supposed to be? Or is it at least still scoopy? If it's still a scoopy shape, then you're still good. The shape. What happened? I figure out the bottom of it. Okay. Forgetting words? Yeah, I do that all the time. That's a fine. I make up words to explain what I need, and then nobody knows what it is because I've made up the word. Okay, couple more pins there. Okay, so that is extremely pinned down in place because that is a very sharp curve. So I've got lots of pins holding it in place there. And oops, I didn't mean to go through there. I want those darts to be standing up straight. Because I'm basically going to sew up to a dart, stop, go the other side of the dart, sew around again. Okay, and I will be right back. I'm going to go check on the air because it's getting a little bit warm in my craft room with all the lights and such on. Okay, turn on the fan. That should get more airflow moving around and should be better. Okay. So now I'm going to sew this muzzle and the other side. Once the side is sewn, then I can come back and do the middle of the back, which I don't want to do right now just because that's too many pins. I will definitely stab myself some more. Forgot the pin cushion. Start there. And then the other side of that dart. Okay, so there is my muzzle. That's nice. That's good. Now I'm going to do the body and try not to stab myself. Pretty flat. Cool. Okay. Stole the shape of the turtle shell. Oh, the bottom of the turtle shell. Oh, okay. That's a good shape. Yeah, the Trolley Night Turtle. Okay, center part. Well, knock on wood. I hope it goes well. Take it around. Bernard's hungry for fabric today. Try again. Okay, because they just have that one more line to do, I'm going to actually just pin it right here at the machine. And I can stitch that down. Oh, there's the body. Woo. And the little tiny muzzle. Okay. So I have the body. I still need to put the little legs on, but that all worked together. Let me just snip my little curves. Oh, there we go. I do want to make a little mark at the center here, I think. Because that's where I'll be sewing to on these guys. So I have marks for the next time I sew this together. I've got all those lines kind of drawn down. Oop, well, that I missed one of my darts. Close enough. Those can go on the feet. That shouldn't be too much of an issue. The muzzle needs to go onto the face. I do need to remake that face, so let me grab the white fabric again, my big giant white fabric. Okay, and I've got a little bit left here on that bottom edge. So I'm going to just trace my pattern piece in there and see if it fits. Oh, I can get one, but not the second. Well, that's a pain in the ass. Marker. Go. Okay, so there's my face, and I do want to put zoop right there. But then I can't fit another one easily right next to it, so I guess I'm going up a bit to here. Okay, pattern weights get put away. Don't need them anymore. They go back to their bowl. Two more little loops on here. Okay, put my face pattern piece away. And now I'm going to cut these faces out. And then I can put away the rest of my big giant fabric. And hopefully that'll be the last time I need that out. So I did actually put it away instead of just tossing it onto my bins of fabric. Be optimistic that I've got it right this time. Okay. I got put on the TV. That means I'm famous. I am a celebrity if I'm on TV. Hell yeah. Okay, there's my face. This is extra. I'm gonna go toss that in my closet. There we go. this is the gusset, so I'm going to try again to see if I can get those to line up properly. The only thing I changed is that little middle circle, so hopefully there won't be any issue. I left my pins on my sewing machine. Oh my goodness. So starting at the top and bottom edges to pin together. Okay, there we go. That's the curve that I want. I'm going to take that over to the sewing machine and sew it up real quick, so I won't even change my camera. Okay, there's that. Take those pins out. And then I'll do this side as well. Ugh. Doing that the same way where I pin the top and bottom first. Okay, so I pinned that curve, and I'm also going to come down to the bottom. This is where the chin is, and I'm actually going to pin that chin together as well. Okay, there we go. Let's stitch that up. Okay, so there we go. That is the front of the head with the gaping hole for the muzzle. And here we go, the back. So I'm going to line up the center of the gusset with the center of the back here. And then I'm going to go down to the bottom. And then back to somewhere in the middle, just to kind of line them all up. And I do want to make a little dot there. So actually, I think what I'm going to do is, there we go. I'm going to put a dot right there. And this is then going to end up as three little lines because then they line up on both sides. So now I can use those points as like my markers for lining things up on the next sewing of this. So I got the two edges. Now I'll come back up to somewhere in the middle, make sure it's all aligned. There we go. Put one right there and one more right over here. And again, these guys did not quite line up. I was almost close on these guys. I was off by like 1 mark difference. And that's probably good. That looks like it's even all the way around. What I'm concerned with next is I think this hole here for the head is actually wider than the hole for the neck. It is. Ooh, okay. So I will add some little darts to the back here, I think, just to kind of bring that head shape back into where it should be. So I'm going to sew it first, and then I'll come back and add some darts. So there's my face. The muzzle goes right in there. So let's flip this. Just, oh my goodness. Let me just throw this thing around. Okay. So the center of the muzzle gets pinned to the center of the face, the chin there. And then did I mark the center top? I kind of did, not on purpose, but there is a mark there. So I'm going to turn that into an actual Sharpie mark. Because I can pin the bottom and the top together. And then I can go around the edges. And it does line up. Fantastic. Okay. So attempt number 1 failed, but attempt number 2 here is good. Okay, and I'm going to put another little mark right here, and another little mark right here, just to kind of show where those seams line up. There we go. So a very, very spiky muzzle. I'm going to go and sew that together, then come back, and we're going to see how it fits on the body without having to, or before I put any of the darts in there. So that'll be the next step there. Yeah. This is going to be lots of steps, so I'm going to need a pin cushion for this. Okay. And I'm going to need a pointy stick for this one as well, I think. Where did I leave my pointy stick? There we go. Grabbed a pointy stick and broke a nail. Oof, that was not fun. I'm going to take care of that sharp edge then. Pointy stick to keep from stabbing myself. Out of the way. Underneath the foot, please. Don't pull the pins out. Rude. Very rude. Don't do that. Snoot. Hello, Sheppy. Good morning. Yes, dog snoots. Okay, so there's my dog face with the snoots fully attached. No ears because it's going to be dependent on the type of dog, what ears it gets. Need to see if it's going to match up with here though, and I don't think it's going to. I think this head base is wider than the neck, so that's where I'm going to add some darts to it. And actually, in order to get those darts all attached properly, I'm going to want the head on the outside, and I'm going to shove this entire body inside of the head and then pin things together. So, making things as complicated as possible, basically. Okay, so there's the body, flipped. Maybe? Flip legs. Oh my god. Feet. Feet. There's the body flipped. My skinned dog there. And I'm going to take all of this and shove it inside the body here. I have a marking on the very front where the chin should be attaching, and I have the seam in the back that should line up. Beyond that, though, I have no idea where things are going to fall. So, first pin goes right on that marking and on the chin underneath that muzzle that I just made. There we go. Oh, the nail is so rough now that I cut it. And then I'm going to squash the whole body in and connect the back of the head to the back of the neck. And then instead of going to the midpoint between the two pins and putting the next one there, I'm actually going to go around the front of the face and just pin that down in place. Because I don't want darts in the front of the face. That'd be like right front and center on the chin. If I can get away with not doing that, I would prefer to not do that. Okay, so I've gone to there. And then I'm going to come around to the other side. And yep. Okay, so see how these, like I've got two pockets forming here? That means there's too much fabric on the head and not enough on the neck. So as I'm going around the back now, I'm going to have to turn that area into a dart. So I'm going to go, I think, to the side here. Or do I want to bring the side in some? I might bring the side in a little, and that might actually, yeah, if I bring the side in, I don't think I'm going to have to dart anything. I'll just take the fabric out of there. Okay, let's try that. So I'm going to go to there, to like here. Yeah, because that's a good length there. Okay, so instead of the head coming down in this shape, I'm going to use a washable marker because I have no idea if this is going to work. I'm going to instead sew that shape. And then I'm going to attempt to do the same thing on both sides. Let's see. So right here. It came up to about here on both sides. And I came in, let's see, 1 inch from the end. So that would be to right about here. Okay, so that's the line that I'm going to attempt to draw there. That's that curve right there. So just squash your face in there a bit. I think that's going to work. Let's see. Okay, without unsquashing everything, I'm just going to make sure that there's nothing actually underneath there. And pin it flat. So that I can actually stitch that down. And squish things here. Ouch! And squash that here as well. Okay, so I've gotten curves that I think are about even. This one looks actually a little bit bigger. Let's see, from the edge, you come in at an inch. From the edge, you come in, yeah, just a little bit over an inch. So maybe not that orange line. Maybe I'm going to make this orange line just a little bit smaller. And just like a gentle curve up. Flatten. Flatten, please. A face, a very round face. Okay, so I'm going to go stitch those two curves and see if that fixes my face issues. Very big squashy ball to put in here. Okay. And I'm going to do the same thing on this side. Okay, squashy face shape. Let's see how that turned out. I think that actually aligns nicely. That looks pretty good. I'm going to go to here. I'm not going to cut that extra fabric off right now, though, because I need to flip this inside out and actually see what shape the face is. And I'm not going to sew all the way around the head right now. So I've got my double pins right here. That means start and stop. I want to leave a gap here so that I can flip the whole dog inside out after I'm done. Which would be very difficult to do if I didn't have that hole. I mean, right now the feet are not sewn, so I could pull the entire body through a foot, but I will then be sewing the feet on as well. So I need a hole somewhere to flip the body through. Otherwise, I've just made an inside-out dog. That would be interesting, making an inside out dog. You could see all of the different seams and markings that I made. You can see how like absolutely chaotic and messy the inside of a plushie is. Okay. I want to separate those a little bit further apart. Don't want it to look like a double one. And I'm going to take that one out of the back corner. So there we go. There's my start and stop. I'm going to go around that entire shape right there. Push these guys in just a little bit because my machine will try and eat them. And then back to Bernard to sew that face together. Hello, Sunbay. How are you doing today? I'm making a dog. And I forgot my pin cushion again. Broken because of the gym. Gyms are terrible. Should never do exercise. It's a trap. Uh, okay. I could probably use my pointy stick here as well. I don't think I have it. Nope, I took it back over to my table. It's too far away. I'm doing it without it. There we go. Oop, lost a pin somewhere. Where'd you come from? Do I want to know where you came from? Probably not. Curse of a longer lifespan. Yes, if the gym just doesn't kill you, then it is indeed a good thing. But why must it hurt so? So that is sewn most of the way around. There's some really bad stitching in there. Those lines did not touch at all. Damn. Maybe I should redo that part. That is just bad. It's a good thing this dog is not leaving my craft room here, because ooh, there are some issues. That's... Okay, let's see how that turned out. So there's the little hole in the back of the neck that the entire body has to come through. One leg at a time. There we go. Then the head can flip. The muzzle can flip. And doggo. We have doggo. We have very flat doggo. Woo. You know, I think the neck might actually be a little bit long, but I won't be able to tell until I stuff it. So I'm going to put the little feet on, which means flipping it all the way back through again. Put the little feet on, and then we will stuff it, and we'll see how that body shape does. So far without being stuffed, I do like the shape of the muzzle, though. The changes that I made on that one from the original little guy, I like the shape of that muzzle a little bit better. So that's pretty good there. Okay, yeah. From his face to this one, I am liking the changes I made there. We'll see once I stuff it if those changes actually come through. But for now, going back through the body, one leggy at a time. Woo. It looks like a onesie, yeah. The skinned corpse of a dog. It's just got his little arms and legs. It's all good. There. That especially looks like a little onesie there. How's that? Little face. The happy little boy. Okay, pins. Ah. I need more pins just so that I can constantly remember where they are. Okay, so front of the foot, get pins in place. The poop is over behind Bernard, my sewing machine. Give me 2 seconds to pin this guy down just so it doesn't like move itself too far, and then I'm gonna go grab the poop. Oh, I have so many pins. The problem is that I always put them where I'm working and then I walk to a different location. So I need a pile of pins at every single location. But eventually, like, I'll move them from, like, one place to the other, so I'll have to, like, collect some pins, divide them back up between. Well, that doesn't line up right. Let me move you over a little bit. Yes, I need a poop for every single surface. I need a poop by my sewing machine, by my embroidery machine, by my computer, and at my table here. Oh, Oh, Shabby, you haven't seen the poop? This was the start of a snake plushie that didn't work out, and it looks like a poop now. So I added some little corn chunks just to further cement the fact that it's indeed a pile of poo. So each of those little yellow dots is a pin or a piece of corn. And it's very dangerous because they're all sticking out the bottom at random locations. So it's a danger poo right now. At some point, if I have like absolutely no other projects to do, I will actually like sew this together and then like so it's actually a poo pile and not being held together by a couple of pins. But I have other things to do right now. People who are paying me, and not for a pile of poo. Okay, 1 foot down. I'm going to pin all 4 of the feet and then sew around them. Just to make it a little bit more dangerous, there are going to be pins at all angles on this dog. So, danger sewing. Okay, I think that's about midway through. The circles for the feet are actually slightly larger than the foot itself. So in the actual pattern, I may have to shrink that foot down a bit. Every poop is dangerous if you don't deal with them properly. That's true. But less likely to stab yourself on a pile of poo, though. Yeah, if your poo is sharp like this, you need to go talk to a doctor. Something has gone wrong. Okay, 2 sharp paws. Wow. Just completely failed to pick up that piece of fabric. Yes, I saw that you sent me a lot of stuff on Discord. I did not have a chance to watch the YouTube videos. I went down and I was reading about all the points and such instead. And then this morning, when I was like, I will have time to do that, I thought I was well. I hoped that I was going to get a reply back from Helpy and Lan about the bits that I need to work on there, but I have not. So I wasn't really sure what I was going to do on stream today. And the next step for this dog was I needed to scan all my pattern pieces, trace them, and then print them out at a larger size. Which, if I try and do that while streaming, my laptop just completely quits. It just gives up entirely. So I had to do that this morning before the stream. So the first 2 to 3 hours of my day was actually just making the pattern pieces and then restarting my computer and opening nothing but OBS and Spotify. So I did not have a chance to actually look at them yet. Yeah, I was kind of planning on watching the videos. Well, I was gonna do it last night after stream, but then I got wrapped up in taking pictures and sending messages to people, and that took a lot longer than I thought it was gonna be. So yeah, I was looking at the stuff about channel points, so that was incredibly helpful. I had no idea how they worked really. The only thing I knew about channel points is every once in a while there's a little like the little box that shakes at you, and if you click on it, you get extra points. Oh, and the subscribers get extra points, but I didn't know like how many or like there was a multiplier type thing. That was pretty cool. Or that you get points from raids. All things I probably could have figured out and learned about earlier than this, but I had no reason to. I just kind of ignored the existence of them until there were funny things to do with them. I'm not sure what better TTV is. Is that a browser extension? Adds more emotes to Twitch. Oh, okay. And collects points. Look on my laptop of chat. I do not, or in OBS, I have OBS up. People need the extension to see the emotes, but there's not. Oh. I just see words like TF, Monka S, CV Hazmat, concerned Doge. But those are all emotes. That explains a lot. Okay. So if I have the extension, those words will come up as emotes. Okay, that would explain why people type random ass word combinations into chat all the time. I had no idea. I was like, oh, this must be like a Twitch specific meme or something. But if they're actually seeing pictures, that makes a lot more sense. In settings of OBS. Okay. Yeah, I don't have a browser open. I had an issue earlier, like 2 hours ago, that my laptop just crapped out for whatever reason. So I did have Firefox open at that point in time so that I could like see if the stream was crapping out, and it did. When I restarted my laptop just to clear everything out because nothing was working, everything was frozen. So I just like forced shut it down and brought it back up. Um, I did not reopen Firefox because I wasn't sure what caused the crash the first time. So it's literally just I've got OBS and Spotify, and that's it. Oh, I've got the cloud file that allows my sewing machine to grab files from my computer. The cloud thing. Those three things are the only things that I have actively open on my laptop right now. Okay, there we go. I've got pinned legs. Let me go see what's in settings on OBS. Let's see. File, settings. Hang on. Let me see. YouTube link. Dude, what just fell? What? Oh. Okay. So how to. Okay, well, I will look at that. I will rewatch that video later on because he says it has to have a extension already in your browser. I definitely don't because I didn't know it existed 5 minutes ago. And the setting that he said to go to in stream and then the Twitch chat add-ons, I just have none. It doesn't actually drop down for me. So I will explore that after I'm done working today. But thank you. I at least have that video now. Okay, so I want to sew all the legs on. I'm going to go over and do that. Drag my chair back over with me. Yeah. Oh, I need my pin cushion again. Ah, pins. Okay. And my sharp pointy stick. Want that one too. Okay. Thank you, Sunbay. I shall watch everything this weekend. Maybe tomorrow, depending on if I don't get a reply from the land person about Land's hair, and if I don't get a reply from Helpy about Helpy's antenna, I may not stream tomorrow. I may just go back until Monday. If I do get a reply, I'll stream tomorrow, and if I, yeah, I'll stream tomorrow if I get that. But if I don't get the reply, I'll probably start my weekend a little early and watch those videos tomorrow and get more stuff set up. Yeah, I can just make some small little animals if I don't get feedback from people. But I am trying to get little things done, or like all my big projects done, and then like not add little things into them. And all of the stuff that I need for my wedding dress has finally arrived, so I do need to get started on that one as well, which I'll probably be doing over the weekends as well. So an extra day to start work on that would not be a bad thing. Okay, 1 foot down. So this, well, I've got this dog and a cork seed, and they're the last commissions I'm going to be taking until mid-August. Just so that I have time to focus on stuff I need to do for myself. And for now, the amount of stuff I have for sale in the local store is pretty good. One of the frogs I made, I've sold one of them, but I still have 6 left in stock there, so that's good. I don't need to make any more frogs. Well, I don't need to make any more frogs. I will be making more frogs, though, because I want to make that pattern available for sale. And for that, I need to take pictures of it. So I have to make a frog and take pictures of the frog as I'm making it. Okay, there's two legs. I did not post on social media today because I was already. I normally try to start streaming around 11. It was like 11:40 when I was setting up, and I was just didn't want to bother with like starting up Firefox and crashing everything, which it crashed anyways. So today I did not post anything. I was also this morning like actively talking to the person who bought the dog. So I was kind of focused on making sure that I knew what they wanted and that everything was good there. So I completely forgot to do all the basic stuff. How many bots have reached out to me for ow? I just punched the camera. How many bots have reached out to me for offering art and emotes and that? None. There was one bot that offered me followers, but nobody else. I am unloved. Oh, that was all 4 feet. I thought I had one more to go. Okay, the feats are done. Oh, just wait. Oh boy. Okay. I do get a lot of the bots on Instagram. When I post things there that I've finished and are for sale, I use the Etsy and Etsy seller tags. I used to use, now I don't do that anymore because every single time I would get 4 or 5 people who would be like, oh yeah, I can promote you to all my followers. And it's like, no, fuck off. I care not for your followers. Unless you want to buy my thing, go away. Oop. Pink thread. There we go. Okay, doggo shape. There we go. The skin. Okay, let's bring that to life. I need some of my crunchy stuffing. Do people read the Twitch tags and everything on Twitter? Okay, 1 foot filled. It does help? Okay. So this is going to be a floppy dog style plushie, where the legs are just kind of floppy there. They don't have much stuffing. Like it's not going to be standing up like another dog might be. It's going to be very floppy. So I'm putting a ball of stuffing in each of the legs, or in each of the feet, but I'm not actually filling the legs at all. And on the actual plushie, what I will be doing is putting beans in the feet so that they have some weight to them and you can use them as a weapon. No. But for this purpose, because I'm going to be drawing on it and like getting it gross and wet, and the beans don't stay in the feet unless you put them in a bag. I don't want to make bean bags and everything for this one. I just want to have the basic idea of what it's going to look like. So I'm just stuffing the feet, and I'm going to leave the legs alone, and I'm going to stuff the body. There we go. There's the body there. Just lightly stuff the body. And then the face. Manslaughter! Murder! Yeah, once I get the shape of this plushie down, I will be tearing it back apart. The shape is good, I think, but the pattern on the dog down there, I'm going to basically draw that on here, and then to make sure that I get my embroidery designs in the right spot, I will tear the bits back apart and like trace them out for my embroidery program. So I get to make and then murder repeatedly this puppy. Bring it to life just to kill it again. Okay. Well, that face shape is not good. I don't like that face shape. It needs more cheek instead of whatever it's got going on there. So I am going to unstuff part of it now. Get your belly empty. And your snoot empty. And where are you? Okay. So those were the edges that I took up. I don't like the way that turned out. So I'm going to rip those open, and I think what I'm going to do instead of going up at that extreme angle, I'm just going to go over. I am going to turn it basically into a dart, just at the seams there. So let me stitch that up, I'm going to stitch that up, and then I'll come back and rip out the seams that I don't like there. Just real quick. Okay, let's see if that fixes things. If I can give this dog some cheek again. And this is why I'm using bright pink thread, because I can actually see where the threads are to rip them out when I need to. Go. Okay, so that's one side of the face. And just make sure that's separated. It is. Okay. And the second side of the face. Is that stitched down in place here? Why aren't you coming out? There we go. Okay, I gotta flip that head again. And we got some pink sticking out of him now. Those are all the threads that I just cut. Okay, stuff the muzzle again. Okay, that face shape's pretty, a little bit better. It's still a little bit sharp there. I need to reduce that point. Maybe instead of having it come to here, I have to have it come up a little bit higher. But that's more the shape that I'm looking for that face. And I can stuff the body. Just like that. And yeah, I think I'm right about the neck. I think that neck is much too long. I want to bring that neck down a bit. So too much neck on the dog. This is a giraffe dog. But that's something I can do right now. Just I'm going to hand sew it together to squish the neck up to the head. And then I can also take in those darts a little bit there. I think I want a little bit more chin on it, so I'm also going to, well, I have to change the pattern piece for that one. But I like what I've got going on here now. That's a good shape. Yeah. Okay. Let's bring that neck in. Less giraffe. And I'm going to just bring up some thread here. Ugh. Nope, don't do that. Okay. Ugh. Punch my camera. That's cool. Okay. So I want to bring the neck down, I think, to here, like almost half of what it is. So let's see how that looks. So what I'm just going to do is I'm stitching a line around the body, like where I want to bring, get your foot out of the way, where I want to bring the neck down to, like right there. And then I'm going to take that thread and loop it up to the actual seam that I have, so that then when I pull it tight, it essentially pinches all that fabric and hides it inside. So I can bring that down. Ugh, why is my camera being weird? Whatever. That's a problem for tonight. So I'm going to bring that down to the new seam area and see if that looks any better with the shorter neck. Is that what? Yeah. I don't think I was moving the plushie that much, though. Like, he's staying on the table. I'm gonna just have to tell it not to auto adjust. Like, stop that. Because I can't keep him any more flat than I already am. So, okay, so he's got a whole bunch of Frankenstein stitches there. And if I give that a tug, that just pulls through all the way to the end. Come on, a little bit further. There we go. So that just brings his neck down to that new shorter length. I do need to pull it back a bit, though. Because I want his head to be going up, not down. So once I close this up and I get back to the beginning point, I'm going to come back around with the thread to pull his head back to where it should be. Yeah, working with all the way plushie. Probably not making my camera happy at all. Okay, that neck length looks a lot better. The dog is going to have beans in his butt. So right now he's top heavy and he keeps leaning forward to hit his nose. But he is going to have beans in his butt just to give him that extra, like, weight. And oh, actually, that looks pretty good. He's sitting very nice. So that's pretty good there, actually. I might leave the head where it is. No, I do want to pull it back just a little bit further there. Okay, so just a tiny bit more. Yeah, he's gonna have a very heavy, yeah, thick. There. Twerking? Yeah, okay. How do I mark my stream after dark? Okay, yeah, so that I think I'm happy with. The face shape and everything there. I do want to bring in that dart a little bit better. That's just a little bit too sharp there. But he's got a nice round head there. So I like that. That is good. Okay, so I'm going to bring my thread up to the dart. And then the same thing I did around the body there where I took the neck in, I'm going to do the same thing with this dart, just going to where it should be, making some big Frankenstein stitches across it. And then going up to where it should end. And then pull those stitches tight, and that's much more round. Okay, so that's a little bit, it doesn't have that same point that it did originally. There we go. So the face shape needs a little bit of work. But I'm happy with the snout there. I like that. And I think he's sitting nicely. And he's not supposed to be perfectly shaped. Like, the whole point of being a floppy dog is that, like, there's going to be wrinkles and everything in there. So I like that shape there. Gonna have beans in the butt to have him sit up. Yeah. Okay, so let me tie that thread real quick. I snip there. Okay. Uh, I just want to make sure that all the fluff is in the legs where it's supposed to be. Sits pretty nice there. How long is he? He's about 12 inches long. That's what I was aiming for. So once I add in the tail, that's going to be the proper size of this dog. It'll be a little bit longer. I can make him sit up straight. There we go. So that'll be a good size there. I still need to do the ears. And I might flatten out, since I'm changing the shape of the face already, I think I might flatten out the top of the head a little to just make the ears sit flatter there. Yeah. So it's a tiny change, but it did flatten out the head a little bit there. Oh, once I untighten it, there we go. So I made the head just a little bit flatter up top so it's less of a round on top. That just makes that just makes it a little bit easier for me to attach the ears because I don't have to go around as extreme of a curve. How hard would it be to change the proportion? Once I get the basic shape, then I can change the sizes of it. Like, if I needed to make like a dachshund or like a wiener dog kind of thing, I could just take this part and stretch it out. If it needed to have longer legs or anything like that, I can do that. Really, the parts that matter right now are where the seams connect and the face because this is such a rounded shape. The rest of the body is fairly flat. Well, it's flat pieces being connected together. These here are flat pieces being turned into like round shapes and then connected. So those are the hardest parts. And hopefully if I've done this right, I can now change things around. Hopefully. Let's see. Got a little pink thing sticking out of its ass here. Let me cut that thread off. I guess it would depend on like what breed of the dog I'm going to because this is such a simplified shape already. Like it's not meant to be exact to the type of dog. Like this one I'm making right now is technically a wolf. Like the dog down in the corner there is like a wolf dog. So it's still a very basic shape for that. Okay, let me snip this thread. There we go. Poke that through there. And I don't want orange because I used orange on the inside. I need a new color. So I think I'm going to go with pink. So any of these seams that I changed the location of, and oops, that one's falling apart, so I better mark that up quick. Whoops, there we go. Well, that'll be a good example of what I'm doing. So I just drew on top there, and now when I remove the thread, it opens up. All of that fabric needs to leave, basically. I want to stitch down these two pink lines, so all of this that's in the middle, that needs to be cut off. So that's basically what I'm going to do with all of these seams. All the ones that I like, I'm going to just draw on top of. And I might want to do something with the snout here as well, actually. So before I get all the way down to the snout, I might pinch that up a little bit. I could do like animals to match your dogs kind of a thing. Um the big problem with that is that's already a business. Like there are entire companies with factories over in China who make animals based on your pets. So I cannot compete with their prices. So it would really have to be somebody who wants a like their pet specifically from me. Or it's like a fantasy creature that has too many colors and such, or wings and stuff that they're not going to add on. But just making people's pets, I don't think that's a market that I can actually like be competitive in. I know nothing about Monster Hunter other than watching Judo play. Oh yeah, no. Like people who are getting plushies from me are specifically like, well, more than likely like looking at what I'm making and then picking it up for that. Like I'm not going to be like the cheapest option ever. I don't think. That would be very difficult. It's because I'm making unique things that you can't get anywhere else. That's really what I'm like selling. Um but just straight up animals, that's really hard for me to get specific people in. Or like I guess no, general people. Like just I can't really sell that on like Etsy or something like that. So it would have to be people who are already looking at me for other things that then see them. So I will probably have this dog in, well, I definitely have this dog in my portfolio, but I probably won't make all of the species until somebody comes and says like, can you make this type of dog, in which case the answer will be yes. I do not like what I just did. Don't like that shape. That's not a good shape. It's not what I was going for. Slimy white dragon thing that's more akin to a leech or a tape. Lovely. Lovely. And I will take a drink, Killer Panda. Thank you. Yeah, very much like people who have already gotten something from me and came back. That actually, this dog that I'm making now, the one in the corner down here, I cannot point. That dog. That dog. Ha! Is going to be the second version of this dog or this character that I've made. Like I made a albino dick. I just what? Okay, I'll have to look that up. What was I saying? I have no idea what I was talking about. Oh, this dog that I'm making is the second version of this dog. I already made a pup cake of this dog, which is just a pattern that I already have for like a specific look. Oh, I actually have a pup cake. Let me go grab that one. Oh, Cupcake. This little guy. So it's a little dog shape. It has a very blunt face there, with a very fluffy little tail, and it's covered in frosting and sprinkles because it's both a puppy and a cupcake. So I made that same dog, but in this shape. Ugh. Oh, camera. Oh, camera. So I made that dog, but in this shape. So, and they really liked it. So they're coming back to get the second version of that dog, but in a different shape now. Oh goodness, that's long. Good lord. Where'd my phone go? Other side of the room. Oh, jeepers. Okay, I see what you were talking about, Chappie. That is terrifying. Don't like that. Don't like that at all. Nope. Yes. Albino Dick is right. There. Now it has teeth. Terrible. Terrible, terrible. Okay, camera. Let me see. Can I turn off autofocus while you are running? Okay, give me a second. Nope. Well, that's not great. Okay. Maybe the camera will be less crazy now. Maybe? We'll see. Camera just doesn't want me to get any work done today. Okay. So I want to take the nose and kind of bring it up a little bit. So I want to shorten this section, I think. Let me see here. We're going to go in here. And I'm going to stay along this. I'm going to go wider inside. So staying on the seam, but I'm going farther into the nose. Ugh, some of my stitches are terrible. And then I'm coming back down to the seam on this side. That's what I want it to look like. Okay. So I want the snoot to just be like it's a very straight line across then. Okay. So I'm going to pink the lines there. And then these lines are good. Nothing about them needs to change. I like those ones a lot. Same with the chin. That's all good. The hands are going to be covered in so much pink marker. And then I want to do the neck like I did the top of the head. And I don't know if I like that corner there as much. So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just pink these lines to here. I'm going to leave this little gap right here just because I want to do that on my computer where I can get a nice smooth line to it. I like the shape of the muzzle. The nose sticks out a little bit farther than the chin does, so you've got a nose location. The back here, I like it right here, and I like this top part. But again, I'm going to leave a gap at the bottom section because I want to make this maybe a little bit more round. In the same way that I'm going to like round up the sides of the face, I maybe want to round up the back of the head a little bit. I'm going to go right there. Let me see how the back is looking. Need a little bit more. I think I want to take this curve down just a little bit, make this flat, because that's right where the tail is going to connect. And it's a little bit bumpy right there right now. So from here to here, I want just flat across. Yeah, because I've got like a rounded curve right here. I just want that to be completely flat. So dog can sit on its nose for a bit. So I'm going to start at my bottom pin. And I'm going to come up to here. And pull that there. Oh, no knots. Oops, pin. Okay. So that's just now flattened up that back section right there. That's right where the tails are going to attach. So I do want it to be flat, like the tail's gonna be right here, the lower section of there. So I want to be that to be nice and flat there. It can have a little bit of a lumpy bump to the back if it wants to, just not where the tail is. Let's see. So there we go there. I'm going to draw some pink on that. I'm happy with those lines. Okay. And I'm happy with how the legs have turned out. So I don't think I'm going to do anything to change that. In the actual like dog, when I do this, there will be a little bit of stuffing right in the foot area. And that's because essentially I'm going to make this, oh, right there, terrible, right there. I'm going to turn this into toes. But then the rest of the foot is going to be full of beans. Let's see, right here-ish. So this, what I'm doing is called thread sculpting, where you basically change the shape of the fabric by using a loop of thread. So there will be a little bit of thread sculpting on this plushie where I can make toes. If you allow me to pull it tight, come on. pull tight. Never mind. Okay, we're just going to put another loop of thread in there. Where theoretically, you can pull it tight and make shapes. There you go. So the tiny little paw there with just the little toes on it. So I'll have just a little tiny bit of stuffing in there just to make the toes. But then the rest of the foot will be filled with weighted beans just to give it like the floppy quality there. So the feet I'm happy with. I don't think I'm actually going to do any the oval shapes in the legs. I do still want one in the belly though, because that's what's going to kind of pull it together and make it like sitting up shape. So I do need to do that next, but I want to take this thread out because I'm going to reuse this thread. I'm going to let the nose go. Okay, and I'm going to redraw that line just a little bit. There we go. So I'll just have a curve in there that then gets sewn into the head. That should be good. The neck's all good. The back's all good. Okay, so just the belly. Let me get this needle off of there. And I want to center this first. So this thread is going to be nothing but a center line. Yeah. Now stab it. Really awkward location there. Sorry, doggo. Being turned into a plushie is just suffering. Constant humiliation. Okay. So that's the center of the doggo. And I'm going to tie that right there real quick. Temporary tied down. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to be making like a V or an oval shape in here because essentially I can pinch the dog's belly together instead of being completely flat. It'll then have a little bit more of the doggo shape to it. But I need to then like draw where that line is going to be and actually make sure that the doggo shape looks good. So I need a snap real quick. Okay. Drew that. That I just drew in yellow. I don't actually know if it's going to show up. I just drew a diamond shape. I'm going to try and sew that first because I think that's going to be the right shape, but I'm not actually positive. So that one's going to get sewn together, and then we're going to see how that looks. So many little bits of thread after this. Come on. Oh my god. Some plushies, instead of leaving the gap at the back of the neck like I did, you can actually leave like a cut through the stomach and then just stitch this up and stitch it closed. A lot of commercial plushies that you find, like the dog shape, the quadruped canine type shape, the belly is actually where they stuff it and then they stitch that up by hand. I prefer to do back of the neck though, just because the belly is usually such a big piece. If you get it wrong, it doesn't look right, and like it's very obvious that there's the stuffing going through there. Whereas the back of the neck is not usually what you're looking at. You're usually looking at the front of the face or the back itself, not the back of the neck. So just personal preference of how I finish off my plushies. Okay. So there we go. That is the entire diamond shape all stitched together. If I give it a tug, that was not enough. So the diamond needs to be wider. So I still have the lines I drew. I'm gonna just extend them out a little bit further. That way I know where the midpoint of the diamond was. And I'm gonna go from where I was, and I'm gonna just double what that diamond was. Okay. And now I'm gonna go back down. Along this second diamond. See if that's a good shape. That together. Oops, not that tight. because it won't be cinched together like that. It will just be a straight line. So no more than that. I like that. I think that's a good shape. It pulls it's not super apparent what it does, but it pulls that belly together just a little bit. I like that. Okay. So let me draw down there. Some pink lines here. And then I can clean this up in my computer again. Make sure it's actually straight down the middle and that it is even on both sides. Okay, so that's the shape that I'm going to be like stitching together on the tummy there. So it is now covered in diamonds. Oof. I don't need to do anything on these side seams. Those are good. I'm going to be just pulling apart to these seams that I have made now. I'm going to bring that line down a little bit further. There we go. I don't think that's fully centered, but close enough. It's fine. I might actually even combine the belly and the neck piece together instead of having that two pieces for the neck and the belly. I might just make that all one piece and just deal with that abrupt turn right there, because it is all facing the same direction. The fur's all going the right direction there. Yeah. Okay, so now I get to pull the doggo apart. Okay, yep, so I've got some bits to take out of the back. I've got a lot to take out of the neck. If I open this back up. Yeah, so that's how much I took out of the neck there. That is a big deal. So damn. I got that neck totally wrong. Oof. That's crazy. That was a lot there. Holy shit. And then this one here, I can pull some seams out there. Because I've got some, like it took space out of the neck as well. Come on. Okay. So I'll have to figure out what makes a good curve here once these pieces are laying flat. But now I just need to take the whole guy apart. And this is why I use that red thread that I can see, because I need to cut it all. Most of these pattern pieces I'll be able to reuse once I make the new version of the pattern, because a lot of them it's just cutting fabric away from, like getting rid of this neck piece, getting rid of the curve on the butt there. But I might have to redo a couple of them, like the back of the head with that extra curve bit there. I might have to remake those two to add more fabric in. But that will be Doggo version 2, large Doggo version 2. I don't think I'm going to make that today because I do need the pattern piece and I can only do that on my laptop. I can't do that by hand. So I'm probably going to just rip some of these seams today, and then that's where I will end stream today. This is not the exciting part of plushie making. The tearing things apart, murder to get the pattern piece, and then make it again. Usually, this is something that I save for the evening when we're like sitting around watching TV after dinner. I'll pull out my seam ripper and shred somebody up then. But I don't have another project to move to right now. Put the stuff in the back there. All the little tools move out of the way. The poop. My poop pile. Ah. Okay, there's the back, and I do have the two of them together. So this is the one that I'm going to use for the pattern when I take it to the computer again. And I want this to come down something like this. I'm going to put some yellow in there. And I want this one to come out some and then come down to the same one. So I want more on the middle side and less on the side. Interestingly. And then I did take some of that off the top there where the flat head is going to be. So I don't really need this piece. I'm going to save this piece because this new piece I can probably cut out of there. Well, maybe can cut out of there. So I'm going to save that one for later. The front of the head, I do need to tear that apart as well. The side of the face, I did take some off of there as well to give it that round shape that I wanted. So I'm going to draw in some yellow lines there as well, just to give me an indication of where it might be. That's kind of what I'm looking for. That curve there. And I didn't take anything off of the side where it connects to the middle gusset. So that's good. That's only one change that I need to make on that little parent piece. So I should be able to recut these two to fit that. Provided I don't cut a hole in it right now. Come on. No holes. Come on. Just rip. Thread. Come on. Hell. Damn, those are sturdy stitches. They do not want to come out. Come on. Be nice for me. I'm so bored with this already. Damn, those stitches are tiny. I thought I used an extra large stitch. Ugh. They just did not move the fabric enough. Okay, come on. So that's an interesting shape that I'm cutting off. Like, that is a lot of fabric to lose there to get that shape. That's pretty good, though. It wasn't bad for a first attempt, or first large attempt. The snout muzzle will have a bit of a change to it. Okay, snout there. I really don't want to take the snout apart. So I think I'm going to leave it like this because I know basically the shape I want from here. So I'll just use the paper pattern. I put the two little lines right here, and that's where it attaches to the gusset. And I just have that arc in the middle. So I think I'm just going to keep that arc where it is, and I'll transfer that to the paper pattern, and we'll see how that turns out so that I don't have to take it apart, because this is the most finicky part to sew back together. There's just so many little bits to it. So that's going to stay 3D for now. The other piece, okay, I need the I need the gusset from the middle here, because I did change the top of that to make it flat. Okay, there we go. The gusset, the side of the face, the back of the face, right like that. The snout right there. I don't need this side of the face, I just need the one. And then I don't think I'm going to tear the body apart today. I think I'm going to leave it as is for now. And I think I'm going to go find somebody to raid, because I'm done with all of the seam ripping today. Not finished, just done with it. I don't want to do any more. Fed up, done, don't want to do more of this. So let's see who else is on. Start up Firefox. Go to Twitch. Let's see. Who is online today? That color should be good for scanning. I shouldn't need to change anything. The yellow sometimes doesn't show up, just like it doesn't show up on camera all that well. But that's okay, because those are the parts that I need to do on the computer with like a smooth vector line anyways. So it's okay that those parts are gone. The rest of the pink shows up fine. Let's see. Anybody doing sewing or plushies? There is somebody making a plush. I don't know who this person is. Not somebody that I have followed before, ever. That's interesting. 0 followers. So this is somebody brand new, I guess? Novus? Is it just Novus, the name? Novus Angel. Uh. Oh, the Dragon Form. Oh, yeah. Okay. I am not following them, apparently, on either of my accounts. Yeah, let's go there then. Because I don't know, there's only one other person right now making plushies, it looks like, and they've got 0 followers, and I know nothing about them. So maybe I will go lurk on them instead, or like afterwards to see who they are. Oh, and they're going through break time right now. Perfect. I've done that to multiple people. Okay, let's see if we can get the raid while they're still on break. Uh, I don't have any cool emojis for this yet, but I do have the raid command. So it says Moose Raid. That's fantastic. Okay. So yeah, I may or may not stream tomorrow. It depends highly on how much well, if I hear back from the people who currently have plushies, but if not, I will be back next week. Thank you for stopping by. Good night, somebody too. I will see you either tomorrow or next week. Okay, guys. Bye. Oops, wait.